Hello, hello? Ah, come on, don't hit me with the match late, dude. I didn't realize the timer was running out. What was that, like 10 seconds max? What's up, gamers? Welcome to a new week of streams. It's going to be a fun one. We've got a lot of things to do. Lots of different things planned for this week. I'm excited. Thank you for asking, Nilmi. I'm doing great. How are you this week? We're doing a little bit of everything this week. Just to give you a little bit of a spoiler for what's to come this week. I have Genesys locals tomorrow, which is cool because otherwise, if I were to go to locals tomorrow, it would be old ban list and not with burst protocol, so it'd be kind of like So tomorrow, it being Genesys, I think is pretty exciting. So we're gonna build a Genesys deck on stream tomorrow. And then, because I do have a new GoPro now, we're going to be able to watch those Genesys games on Thursday together on stream, which is going to be fun, hopefully. That, I think, makes a lot of sense to do this week, because we also have a Genesys Road Map to take a look at later today to talk about maybe the state of the format a little bit and what's to come. So that's cool. Today, we're going to be doing Paleo, because people have been, I've been wanting to do it again for a while. People have been asking me all the time, when are you going to do Paleo again? Because it's kind of like, my deck. So we're going to try to mess around with that today. I'm not sure if it's going to be working well, but it's going to be fun regardless. But yeah, I've also got TCG content planned for the rest of the week. We're going to have a deck doctor on Friday. I've already started the submissions on my Discord for subscribers and Patreons. So if you are one of those, then feel free to submit a deck for Deck Doctor on Friday. I will also open submissions for everyone else, but since we usually have too many submissions anyways, I'm giving basically first dibs to patrons and subscribers and stuff. But yeah, so that's going to be happening this week. And we're also going to Remote Duel on Sunday, I believe is the plan for some Remote Duel new TCG format, including Burst Protocol as well. But yeah, sounds like a fun week to me. Let's warm up for today. Let's get started. Also, PK Bowser, thank you for the 20 months. And Nairito, thank you for the 27. I appreciate that. Did I hear Trap today? Or also, are we excited for Vanquish Soul next week? I am excited for Vanquish Soul next week. Yeah, I do think that's going to be a fun release day. Paleo as Amina. I haven't really decided which version yet. We're gonna build it together. We're gonna work it out. This is Medallion. Ooh, I feel like I have seen this. It's very old. It's like something something front. Unified front? No. Frontline? Frontline base? Yeah. This is the Insector Axe. Insector Axe Zektahawk. Oh, that's a Link 2 Wind monster. I think. Dragazes. Oh, the Glad Beast. Oh, that is a wind, I think. Julia, thank you for the 13 months. Evil Swarm Obliviwisp. Okay. Ooh, that is a UA. Dunker? Yeah. Duel Links card. Way back in the day. Umi. No. Something Ruka. Imai Ruka. Yeah. Spiritualism? No. Ah, Dark Spirit of Malice? Dark Spirit of Silent? Ah, okay, Silent. This is Hypa. Hypa. Looks like white dust on. No. Oh, come on. It's a dust on card. House dust on? House. Ego boost. This card I don't know. I don't think. Something Galaxy, Photon, Galaxy Expedition. Yeah. That's Zombie Master. And I didn't need that zoom. What is this? Looks like Bujin. But aren't they all yellow usually? I think it's a Bujin spell trap. In you. I've seen this card before. I don't know what it's called though. Gamushara? Yep, Gamushara it is. Good call. Okay, what is this? I feel like I've seen... Oh, that's Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale... Roshka? That's Weather Painter. Weather Painter... Cloud? Cloudy Canvas? Oh. I never know which one's the monster and which one's the canvas with the Weather Painters. This is Void. Not Apocalypse. Eye of the Void could be. Ooh, this feels familiar. Oh yeah. This is super old. It's something Zone, I think. Zone, how many? Oh, dude, Amazon is anti... no, it's not anti-spell. Casting area. Non-spell casting area. Not zone, yeah. Don't know that one. Aerial recharge. This feels familiar. Yugioh change. Drytron Medionis. Oh, nice! I wasn't expecting to guess the correct one on the first one. I thought that was gonna take a while. This is something Blaze. I think. Nope. It has Six Samurai on the artwork. Return of the Six Samurai. Yeah. I feel like we had that recently. This is the dragon dwelling in the cave. This, I have no idea. Paladin of Dark Dragon. That's a sick artwork. I like that. That is housekeeping. Oh, dude, I know you. The very old vanilla Terra. Terra the Terrible. Yeah. Okay, what's happening here? No idea. I think that's a pendulum. Dragonhorn Hunter. No idea. Law of the Cosmos. That's Magispector. Oh, that's Magister, I think. Magister Paladin. All right, we've got solid pace. Not the craziest, but not the worst. What is this? No idea. Amphibious Boogroth retrain. Okay. That is Blackluster Soldier. Something appliancer, I think. Yeah, appliancer test. That is Union Driver? That is Electric Lizard? No, not Lizard. It's Kid, right? Thunder Kid. Yeah, not Electric Kid, Thunder Kid. That's a Youngzing. Sam Not Samuel, thank you for 38 months. Is that Big C? No, Big C is the blue one. Beyond? Birth of the Youngzing? Dawn. Is it Dawn Knight? No. Brushfire? No, it's not Brushfire. Thor. No? Okay, then I have no idea. I'm out of ideas. Altitude. Okay. Too many knights. It's very weird how they made retrains of Armageddon Knight for every single attribute, but none of them are any good except for Armageddon Knight. And even that's kind of like outdated these days, but there's a world where Armageddon Knight sees play again. This is like something sword, dance. No, dance with the sword. Dance of commencement dance. Okay. That's a heroic challenger, but I don't know what it's called. Clasp sword. We had that also last week. Psychic card. Oh, that's the level 7 synchro. Dude, they played that. Psychic Life Trancer, I think. Is a rank up magic or whatever? Okay, no idea. Liquid. Is it Liquid Beast? No. Come on. Pale Beast. Yeah. Yeah. What does Liquid Beast look like? I forgot. That is the Penguin Mecha Phantom Beast. Mecha Phantom Beast Eros Gwyn. Is that Albion? Phantom Knight. Sports? Wingbeat. Wait, is that Titanial or no or not? Is it Titanial? I think it is Titanial. Yeah. That is Rosemary. No, Jasmine. The little one, Arrow Mage. Oh, dude, this is Liberty at last. Some Supreme King, Venom, XYZ, Requiem. I don't know, dude. Dark Requiem. I have no idea. Guard Dragon Core Awakening. Another Gem Knight. Is that Tourmaline? No. Emerald, maybe. It is green. Oh. The problem is I don't know which color Tourmaline is. Is that yellow? Because Topaz is also yellow. I think we've had this talk before. I feel like we have talked about this. Volcanic Rocket. Tourmaline is also yellow. Okay. Limit Overdrive. This is Ancient Rule. All right, so we've gotten 800 points. You can't call me washed today. That's good. That's a good start to the week. Let's see how high we can get. No idea what this is. Very old vanilla. That which feeds on life. Okay, sure. No idea what this is. Generator boss quest. Okay. That is cloning. That is ancient fairy dragon. And this, I won't have time to guess. But I don't know what it is anyways. All right, 868. Not bad. I declare not washed today. I declare not washed. Can't call me washed today. It's not allowed. It is not allowed. All right. Sam Not Samuel had a question when they subbed. It's kind of crazy how Lunalight has gone completely untouched for the last couple of ban lists. If anything gets a buff with Droll going to 2 and no more Herald. I guess it's not really a question, but yeah, I guess Lunalight just is this kind of deck that they are okay with existing because in theory, if it ever becomes too powerful, it is kind of self-regulating, right? Like if Lunalight becomes super meta, then people just play more outs to it, and then it becomes worse by nature. It's the type of deck that just can't be that good, right? Because people just counter it, and it's not that hard to counter. It's always just the question of, is it worth it to play the non-engine that's good against Lunalight because it's not that popular, and that's kind of like this space where Lunalight exists. But like, I understand that at the point where we are right now, where it's like not really worth it to play a lot of answers to Lunalight. Lunalight is kind of like a problematic deck to have, but I think that's what they're thinking. I think that's their idea behind it. It's like, well, the deck is going to self-regulate because people just play outs to it if it becomes too popular. But yeah. Washed Unk ignored my sub. My attempt to sabotage the warm-up failed. Okay. So, yeah, sometimes when I'm doing the warm-up, I'm kind of focused. So that's why I started responding to them now. But yes, thank you for the 37 months. And saying 37 months watching Washed Unk during the warm-up. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that so much. You can't understand how much. Okay. We are looking for an old Dark level 4 that has less than 1500 attack, but more than 1500 defense, and it's from before 2015. A level 4 with less than 1500 attack that isn't a warrior. I was thinking Armageddon Knight, but that wouldn't have enough defense anyways. What's a low attack, high defense? Oh, Wall of Illusion is good. Yeah, Wall of Illusion. Okay, it is not Wall of Illusion. It could be Summoner Monk. It's from 2009, at least. 2009, 800 attack, more than 1600 defense. Obsidian Dragon. Oh, I know what Obsidian Dragon looks like even. But that's yeah. Oh, dude, I clicked it even though it wasn't the right year. My bad. It does have 800 attack though. Now we know it's not a rock at least. (2009) level 4 dark, 800 attack, big, probably 2000 defense or like 1800. Those are, I think, pretty common. Oh wait, no, it can't be 2000. It's less than 1850. My bad. So it's 1700 or 1800 defense. Garmer the Nordic Beast. No, can't be that. Could also be Trap Reactor. I would have never guessed that one. I have no idea. I mean, I know that the Trap Reactors and the Spell Reactors exist. I have no idea about their type, attribute, or stats. I mean, I know they're machines, actually. I know their type, but yeah. Okay, well. Not much to guess there, because I just don't know that card, really. But okay. Well, that's the warm-up out of the way. The Drewski, thank you so much for the 37 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that long time of support. And Voldemort, even longer, 45 months. Thank you so much for your Prime. I appreciate that as well. Gamers, we've got a fun week of content ahead. We're going to be doing a little bit of everything for this week. We're doing some Master Duel. We're doing some Genesys. We're doing TCG. We're doing Deck Doctor. We're doing Remote Duels. Lots of things planned for this week. It's going to be a fun one. So, yeah. Also, please, 7174, thank you for the 26 months. And Dark Type Fiend, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate you guys. How is TCG testing going so far? Good, I would say. We've been starting our prep for YCS Dortmund. There's nothing too crazy yet, so I can talk about it. I've got some ideas of what kind of decks I like. I will say already, I'm a pretty big fan of the format right now. I'm a pretty big fan of the current TCG format. At least my first impression of this format is it's hard to say whether that impression of the format is going to end up being correct, because right now it's pretty wide open. You know, like I've made a first tier list, and I do think for YCS Dortmund, or by extension all of the 300th YCSs across the world, there is going to be like Branded Draco Tail as I think the most played deck. I think that's a relatively easy prediction, even though it might not be the most played deck by a lot, because there's other decks that people are really like hyping up at the moment. You know, like there is Vanquish Soul K9, there is Crystron K9, there is Radiant Typhoon. There's like a couple of decks that people think are going to be very popular. I will say, for me personally, I tend to, in a format that I like, I tend to play meta decks. Because one of my main reasons to play a non-meta deck is when I dislike the meta decks in the format. However, from my first impression, mainly decks like, I mean, you guys know I like decks like Draco Tail. So if Draco Tail is a viable option, there's always a chance I'm just going to be picking that. Then Radiant Typhoon is also like right up my alley. So I like Radiant Typhoon in my first testing as well. I think it's a solid deck. For other picks, I could see myself playing Vanquish Soul personally. Even though, I mean, since ever since they released K9, I've been liking the deck a little bit less than before, but I do think Vanquish Soul is an option for me. The only rogue deck that I'm currently seriously considering, I think I'm taking a deeper look into Sky Striker soon, but I haven't done that yet. I think that deck is looking pretty cool. In general, I like the fact that it's a really grindy format. You know, a lot of my testing with Draco Tail, Radiant Typhoon, Sky Striker, even Vanquish Soul, like with the new way Vanquish Soul can be played, it's been a lot more grindy. So I've been having fun. I've been enjoying it. Oh yeah, Mitsurugi is good too. Mitsurugi is a good deck, honestly. Pure Mitsu is good. Fur Hire might be good with the GMX cards. I have a I wonder how you guys are gonna like it, but I recorded a Burst Protocol discussion video where I go through the entire set and basically analyze and explain the potential of the cards in it. It's gonna be a long video, like I'm talking over an hour. It's basically like more like a podcast than a classic YouTube video, but it should be up today or tomorrow on YouTube, where we talk about like basically all the new archetypes in the set. Not every single one. I'm leaving out, like, I don't know, what did I leave out? Like the one new DDD card or something only gets an honorable mention at the end of it. But like, we're going through basically everything that is meta relevant, but also some of the stuff that's not as meta relevant in Burst Protocol. Basically, we've done like a version of this on stream already a couple of weeks ago, but that's before I started looking into the set like in more detail. So I hope you're gonna like it. It's gonna be a little bit different because I don't think I've done that in the past, like such a super long video with the new pack. But if it's well received, I might do it for basically every new core set. But yeah. Have any of you tried Hop Ear Squadron in Radiant Typhoon? Might not be the best, but it's really fun. Okay, I mean, what are you making though? If you're going second, even if your opponent activates a quick play spell, you need to draw Crocea plus Hop Ear Squadron, and then you make what? The Harpy? The Harpy level 8 Synchro? Or I guess you can do Axel Stardust, but then you can't go into Baron with that. At least not in TCG. Fur Hire has been fun in my testing. Fur Hire has been... I've actually, believe it or not, I've tried Fur Hire, because I have, of course, I have some history with Runic Fur Hire Sprite, and I thought that deck was awesome. And I think the Fur Hire cards are really fun, and the new Fur Hire cards, they read really, really fun as well. I ran into some problems with Fur Hire in testing that led me to basically give up on the deck for YCS Dortmund. I've not given up on the deck completely. Like, I think there is a world where eventually it sees some play, or where I pick it up again. But I spent one evening testing Fur Hire, and I didn't think it was good enough for a couple of reasons. Like, but I think the new stuff is good. Even the K9 version, especially the kind of K9 version, doesn't make sense. Like, I think K9 Fur Hire doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I think if you're trying to play a K9 combo deck, there is better stuff out there. And if you want to play Fur Hire, then I think Pure is probably better, or like with other engines. But like the K9 stuff doesn't have the greatest synergy with Fur Hire. Why is that? Well, because the only synergy between the two types is that that one of your Fur Hires is a level 5. That's literally the only synergy between the two, and that one isn't even real synergy, because the new Rex, the level 5, like, wants to summon itself from hand with its own effect if you draw it with more Fur Hire. So basically, you're trying to bridge into Fur Hire with the K9 cards, which is possible, but realistically, if you're resolving Noroi, if you're resolving Noroi and you're trying to bridge into something or whatever, there's other decks that you can play that have way higher quality of cards and have to play way less bricks than Fur Hire. Because in K9 Fur Hire, the For Hire cards are basically all bricks because you're never really drawing any combos with them, which I think is really weird. Like, I think For Hire, for all intents and purposes, I think For Hire is more like a 2-card combo deck. And I don't think K9 really adds much to that. I don't know. I haven't been liking the For Hire stuff much. I thought pure For Hire was really fun. I tried it with the new GMX cards as well, which I mean technically isn't pure, but as it basically I used the the GMX cards as more starters for For Hire. That deck was fun and honestly pretty strong going first, but going second it just wasn't good. I think that's in general that's a problem with For Hire, that like going second you are really bad into removal, and there's a lot of decks that have very good removal right now because For Hire can't really do anything without committing multiple bodies to the board. What's your thoughts on Forbidden Crown so far? I think Forbidden Crown is pretty good. I like it. I think it's a pretty strong card, but also really fun to play with because it has so many options. So I think it's going to see play. I think for now it is significantly better in decks that have synergy with it. By that I mean decks that specialize in grind games, because of course when you're going second and you use Forbidden Crown, usually you are not going for game. If you're using it on an opponent's monster. So you want to play it in decks that can basically deal with the fact that you are making your opponent survive, and you're also guaranteeing your opponent to start their turn with monsters on the board, because you know whatever you Forbidden Crown is going to be there. The other, of course, if there's a deck that can do enormous amount of damage over, like, even let's say you crown a like monster with 2000 attack or something, if you can realistically still attack for game because you produce a bunch of big monsters, or you play Memento and you can just attack directly, then those decks could also play Forbidden Crown. But in general, I think it's great in grindy decks, and I think it's great in decks that have additional synergy for it. Like, for example, I've been trying it in Radiant Typhoon, and I thought it was good there because it's a quick play spell, so it triggers your effects. And I think it is one of the better quick play spells in the format. And I also thought it was pretty good in Sky Striker in theory, although I haven't tested that yet. Oh yeah. Josh, did you know Habakiri is 1-card Paleo combo? What does that mean? Well, what does that mean? What is Paleo combo even? What are we doing? Oh, yeah. It's a joke? Oh, okay. I thought you meant something. I thought like maybe look, is it really that obvious that was a joke? Because like I wouldn't be surprised if you found some way to, like, I don't know, summon a Opabinia that has a trap under it with Habakiri. Where you, because there's I'm pretty sure there's like this Phantom Knight trap that's like a level that summons itself as a level 2 or something. You can probably do that somehow. Or, hear me out, you make Zombie Vampire, and then you mill Rollback, Trap Trick, Swap Frog, and a Paleo. That does it. Yeah, that does it. That gives you Opabinia. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's jump into some of the things we're going to do today, which is first we're going to look at some news that have been announced over the last couple of days, and then we're going to jump into Master Duel to play some Paleo, which I'm not sure how that's going to go, but people have been asking for it, so I'm willing to try it. And I mean, I'm missing Paleo as well, so maybe we can find a way to make it work, even if it's going to be gimmicky, even if we're probably dropping some rating points while we're at it, but whatever, who cares? It's okay. We've got one announcement here, which unfortunately there is no cards to read, but at least some people who are fans of some archetypes are going to be pretty happy about this one. We have a new product announcement in the OCG that is called the Revolution Booster Toon Witchcrafter Unchained. which for now is an OCG product. We don't know 100% if we are going to get this in the TCG the exact same way. However, even if we don't get the same type of product, we are probably getting those cards eventually. So the way this works is Revolution Booster Toon Witchcrafter Unchained is a new kind of concept pack based around building and boosting Toon, Witchcrafter, and Unchained decks, and is currently projected to go on sale May 30th, 2026. Each theme includes 7 brand new cards. That's a lot. That is a lot of new cards. Like, unironically, we've had decks become super meta relevant with way less than that. Like, think about Vanquish Soul. That got 3 new cards with Holy Sue Start and the new Exceed monster. And in practice, realistically, it was more like 2 new cards because the Exceed monster is barely even played. And in other cases, there's even like archetypes that got viable with a single new card. So 7 new cards for 3 archetypes is a lot. Which combined with the reprinted cards will include the cards you need to build the deck out of the pack. And not only do some of the reprinted cards come in secret rare, but also important reprinted cards that are the beating heart of each deck will be included as overframe cards. Now, this is a pretty exciting announcement. I'm not going to lie, even though it's just an OCG product, but this is a phenomenal concept, right? Let me walk you through the concept here. And I mean, the funny thing is that it's like so obviously good that I'm actually surprised it's taking them so long. It has taken them so long to do this. The idea here is you're printing legacy support for an existing archetype, right? You are also including relevant reprints from this archetype in the same product, right? Which makes a lot of sense because one problem when some archetypes get legacy support is that some of the older cards get very expensive because it's been 5, 10, or worst case, even more years since they've been printed. So it's just like a problem for players when they're trying to pick up this new deck or this newly supported deck because some of the old cards are super expensive. And the thing is, the reason why I never understood why they don't do this more frequently is that Konami doesn't even benefit from this, right? Because they don't sell the pack from 20 years ago anymore. Like my favorite example of this from recent years is Trident Dragion, right? Like Trident Dragion being so expensive was a huge barrier of entry for people to playing Tenpai. And whether you like Tenpai or not is besides the point, but like Konami didn't sell any more packs because of Trident Dragion, right? Because that said, Raging Battle was like 20 years old almost, not quite, but like a little more than 15 years old, more like it. So all it did was I would argue it probably decreased the interest in Tenpai because people were like, you know, these new Tenpai cards are all relatively cheap. I would love to play this deck, but I don't have Trident Dragion and that's too expensive for me. So I'm going to wait until they eventually reprint it. And I don't know how long it took until they reprinted Trident Dragion, right? They did eventually, I think. I don't remember where it came out, but I think they reprinted it eventually. It would have been way better for everyone if they did that in the same pack, basically, right? So this is a great concept, right? Legacy support and reprints that go in the same deck, in the same product. And 7 new cards is great. And also, once again, huge fan of introducing overframe cards. And also, this gives them a way to print existing cards as overframes, which is great, right? Not only new cards are going to be getting overframes. We already know this. We saw some of the staple cards that get overframes in the over collection. I really, really hope that this is something that's going to continue. And I mean, it hasn't even started yet technically, but I'm really excited that they keep announcing overframe cards for basically every product, right? That is the good news, is that like it's looking like at the moment even core booster sets and side sets are gonna have these like chase cards, which I think is cool. But yeah, the archetypes themselves, I will say the highest potential here pretty obviously is Unchained, of course. I mean, Unchained is a meta deck at the moment. I mean, it's not top tier, but like Fiendsmith Unchained is a pretty viable deck at the moment. Like at minimum, like lower, like or upper tier 3 or something, you know. Not the greatest deck in the format, but it's also not bad. And it's not that long ago that Unchained was a top tier meta deck. You know, I'm pretty sure what was the last time it won a YCS? In was it 2020? Was it 23 that it won YCSs, or was it early 2024? Like around that time, you know, like it's like it's not in the grand scheme of things, not too long ago. Especially if you compare it to Toon and Witchcrafter, which have basically never done anything in the format. But once again, 7 new cards. 7 new cards means that both of these decks could be meta, or they could also completely suck. That's basically a completely educated guess whether you think 7 new cards is going to help Toon or Witchcrafter be meta. I will say Witchcrafter, I think, has some pretty decent cards, especially because Witchcrafter also has synergy with Magistus. You know, there's some pretty strong Magistus stuff on the horizon with Spenta. So Witchcrafter probably also has decent chances. And Toon in general, I mean, Toon has some pretty good cards, even if it's never been meta relevant. But like Toon Table of Contents, just non-once per turn, Rhoda for monsters and spells. Yeah, it's not bad. I guess we'll have to wait and see though, because so far we have no idea. We have no idea if this is going to be a TCG product. We have no idea what the cards do. But of course, we will be here and analyze these cards as soon as they get announced. But so far, so good. I think it's a pretty sick concept, honestly. I like it. It comes out in 4 months in the OCG, so we might not get these cards announced until like in 3 months or something. I don't know exactly when they're going to reveal them. Toon is still something for anime fans. There's definitely someone happy for Toon support. I mean, if they make cool Toon versions of existing fan favorite cards, like that's what it was back in the day, right? You've got like a Toon Summon Skull, a Toon Blue Eyes White Dragon, a Toon Red Eyes. If they keep doing this, and stop saying Toon Circular and Toon Habakiri, all right? Shut up. Don't say that. Don't give them ideas, all right? We don't need Toon Circular. But like, if they make a cool Toon, I keep saying cool Toon monster, which really sounds like cool Tune, which is, I just confused myself because someone said that. No, imagine they make some interesting and new Toon versions. Even if they're not good, the artwork could go hard as an overframe, you know. Toon Habakiri. Toon Habakiri would go hard. Dude, stop saying no, dude. No, stop right there, guys. Stop. Don't go that way. Don't go there. Don't say Toon Feet Ash. Who said that? Take that back. All right. He got permabanned. No. Oh, okay. All right. Oh my god. Okay, they're back. All right. All right. Good one. Okay, before we jump into Master Duel, we've got one more thing to take a look at, and I think it's some pretty exciting news as well. We have a Genesys Road Map. What's coming next? Now, I have Genesys locals tomorrow, which is pretty nice, because if it was regular locals, then we would be playing old ban list with Outburst Protocol, which would have been pretty eh. So I'm excited to play some Genesys tomorrow. And we have a Genesys Road Map to look at that has some pretty interesting news regarding the future of Genesys. So let's take a quick look at this new article together. Once again, if there's one thing that's for certain about Genesys format, is that the communication has been pretty damn solid from their side, because we keep getting updates through and through, so I'm excited. Let's talk about the road ahead for Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis. Prepare for some surprises. Since the September announcement, we've been slowly rolling out and building Genesis, piece by piece, starting with official tournament stores and moving up to the Genesis Invitationals held at YCS events. Here's what comes next. February 2026, Genesis Proto YCS at the 300th YCS in Richmond. The Genesis Proto YCS to be held at the 300th YCS in Richmond is an intermediate step between the Genesis Invitational and the full-fledged Genesis YCS events coming after. The Proto YCS will have no preliminary 8-player flights and will instead be one big tournament held over 2 days, just like a YCS. Pricing will still be like the Invitationals, featuring retired YCS prize cards from yesteryear as a mix of YCS tournament structure but invitational pricing. This is a hybrid transitional event. So this is something that they are specifically mentioning the 300th YCS enrichment here, which is interesting because Genesis has been handled differently, at least for now, by TCG or by Konami Europe and Konami NA, because the invitational structure was also different at YCS Bologna, which was the first event that we had the Genesis Invitational at between the two. So basically, just for context, just very quickly, at the American YCSs, the Genesis Invitational was structured with 8-player flights, 8-player qualifiers, basically, where you would enter a single-player elimination bracket with 8 people, and so basically a top 8, you win, and then the first 2, so the 2 finalists, would qualify for an invitational on Sunday. So what you would have to do is win your top 8 match, win your top 4 match, you're qualified for the finals on Sunday, right? And then the finals on Sunday was one big tournament where all the qualified people played, and then they had a winner, which got a, I think it was a Shonen Jump Dark End Dragon and a giant card pot of greed. So the pricing was pretty good for these because they wanted to promote the format. The structure was a little bit different in Europe, which was they had, instead of having a lot of small 8-player qualifiers, they had one big qualifier on Friday and one big qualifier on Saturday. And basically it was 4 rounds. And if you go 3-1, you qualify for the Sunday tournament, right? Which I thought that was better, but the only reason I thought that was better was that you could play it on the Friday, which that is a general difference between Europe and NA YCSs, is that European YCSs have public events on the Friday. So the venue is open, you can go there and you can play public events, which in my opinion is phenomenal. Honestly, the Friday is my favorite day of YCSs typically because, I mean, playing the tournament is exciting on Saturday and Sunday, but when you're playing the tournament, you are just focused on the tournament. The Friday, when you're there before the tournament has started, it's kind of like more like a convention, right? You're meeting up with friends. You can do whatever you want. You can play some Genesis. You can play Time Wizard. You can whatever it is that you want to do. You can trade. You can go to the vendors. You can just hang out with friends. The Friday is always pretty fun, and I think having public events on the Friday is amazing. Here's the thing, that what this is going to do, or I guess let's keep reading for now because this is just a one-time thing here. This is just a transitional event because they're going to change the thing up entirely. All right. May 2026, YCS Columbus, Genesis and Advanced Format. We've been talking to lots of duelists the last few months, and one thing that keeps coming up is that some folks are nervous about when a YCS comes to town. Will it be the type of event that they prefer? Some people are excited about Genesis and tell us when a YCS comes to my area, I hope it's a Genesis YCS because I would rather play that. But others say when a YCS comes to my area, I hope it is still Advanced Format because I would rather play that. So as a wise person once said, why don't we do both? Moving forward, all YCS events in North America starting in May and for Latin America starting in October will follow a big top philosophy and have both events under one roof. And whether you play Advanced Format or Genesis, our motto is a YCS is a YCS, so both events will have the same pricing, including the special prize cards, currently another verse Stratios. Starting with YCS Columbus, October for Latin America, Genesys events will switch from invitational style pricing to standard YCS pricing. This is exciting news, and I think this is something that has pros and cons. So I want to analyze and talk about this a little bit, and maybe dissect all the things that we know from this. So first of all, once again, it only mentions North America and Latin America, so we have no idea how this is going to work for Europe. I assume that they're going to try to keep it similar. You know, the invitational was not held the exact same way, but the concept was the same, right? Like we have qualifiers, we have a final on Sunday, and there's the same prizes as they were in NA. So I think it's like the overall, I assume that we're gonna move to YCS pricing in the EU as well. The question is, do you also do the same thing of have basically, because fundamentally I don't have a problem with the idea of having a regular YCS and a Genesys YCS at the same time. The obvious negative aspect of this is that you have to choose between the two. If you are an active Yu-Gi-Oh player and you're interested in both formats, you have to choose between playing Advanced Constructed or Genesys, which, all things considered, is somewhat annoying, but you could also view it as you always have the option. You know, you can technically always pick the one that you like more at the moment. There's basically just more options. But we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be a thing for Europe as well. I personally thought that the previously existing structure was very good. Player-based split, prizes devalued for both events, kind of cringe. That's something we have to wait and see how this is going to affect the price of the price cards, because technically this means every NA YCS is going to give out another copy of Another Verse Stratios now for the Genesys winner. Ultimately, I think one additional copy per YCS is not really gonna matter all that much. I think that aspect is a little bit overvalued for people. Like I think it's still gonna be worth quite a bit of money, the ultra rare Another Verse that you win. I guess it also matters for the stamped cards though, right? Like, yeah, that's a fair point. I guess it applies way more for those cards than just the ultra rare card, because that's just one extra copy. But for like effect veilers and card troopers or whatever it might be in future seasons, it could mean that those are going to be devalued quite a bit because there's now twice the amount. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see how this is going to turn out. We'll have to wait and see if this also applies to Europe. I think giving Genesys this level of attention in general as a fan of Genesys format is cool. Like in a world where Genesys is a place for some people that maybe think like Advanced Constructed is a little bit too power crept and they prefer Genesys format, I think giving them their own full-fledged YCS is great. I mean, I'm just looking at it from the perspective of if they ever did this for Time Wizard, right? If they did this for Time Wizard, would people playing Time Wizard have liked this or not? And they definitely would have, right? They definitely would have liked this for Time Wizard. So the fact that they're doing this for Genesys is, I think, for Genesys format itself, this is a good thing. For the player base as a whole, I guess it's an interesting question of whether you prefer it this way or not. But for just the people that really like Genesys, this is probably a good thing, because you get YCSs for Genesys now, and you get the same prizes and everything, right? Time Wizard audience is so different from Advanced. Genesys is similar. That's a good point. That is a good point. Of course, the Time Wizard audience is different than the Genesys audience, right? For example, I'm using myself as an example here. I'm interested in both formats, and I think this will put me in this sort of like weird spot where I have to decide now, whenever I go to a YCS, if this is happening in Europe, I would have to decide, like, do I want to play Advanced format or do I want to play Genesys? I cannot do both. It's kind of like what they do in Pokemon, right? Where if you're a big Pokemon fan and whenever they have a big Pokemon tournament, you have to decide, do I want to play the TCG or do I want to play the video game? You cannot do both. There's only one tournament each, and they're happening at the same time, and you have to pick. Which is working fine for them if the player base is big enough. I mean, I guess it could work. Here's another aspect, right? If I'm looking at this from the perspective of European YCSs, all of the European YCSs are currently selling out. Basically, every single one is hitting the player cap. So offering a second YCS would give something to play for the people that don't get a ticket to the main YCS. But that once again begs the question: if we don't have, if the YCSs sell out because there's only limited space, right? So if we don't have, we have to book bigger venues if we're planning to do a full-fledged YCS for Advanced Constructed and then a full-fledged YCS for Genesys. Potentially, we're talking pretty big venues that might not be affordable in Europe for for this purpose. So a lot of this, even though for NA it seems like they've already figured out how they want to do this, I'm not quite sure if Europe is going to be able to do the exact same thing. And honestly, I think it would be weird for Europe to do the same thing because Europe has the opportunity to use the Friday, right? That's what my favorite thing about how it's been done in Europe was that you had the chance to qualify for the Sunday tournament on Friday and then play the main event. And then if you don't do well in the main event, well, you have the finals on Sunday that you can play for Genesys. I thought that was an awesome way to do it. And I think because Europe is usually open on the Friday, because Europe has the opportunity to do that, it would be kind of weird not to use this, in my opinion. What if they do something like this? Friday is day one of the Genesys YCS, Saturday is day one of Advanced, and Sunday is day two and top cut of both. That, in my opinion, would be perfect. That would be perfect because then you can go there on Friday, you could play day one of the Genesys YCS. Depending on how you do in that one, you're going to qualify for Sunday. Basically, Sunday is day two then. Saturday is day one of the main event. You play that one. And then if you make day two in both, you have to pick which day two you attend. But just in case you only make day two in one of them, you just play that one on Sunday. Which also kind of like solves the space issue, right? Because then you can use the majority of your space on Friday for Genesys, the majority of your space on Saturday for Advanced Constructed, and then on Sunday, because you eliminate a lot of the players in both tournaments, you can probably fit both day twos into the same venue, right? That, in my opinion, would be the best way to do it, or at least from what I've seen. Yeah. The only thing that I'm wondering is, like, does this mean also the end of the Genesys playmat? Because that I thought was pretty cool. But okay. July 2026, win a trip to Jump Festa in Japan. At the North America, Central America, and South America WCQs, we will hold an open Genesys tournament, same structure as a YCS, and the grand prize for the top two will be a trip to Japan that December to attend Jump Festa, the colossal yearly manga and anime celebration. Okay. I personally think offering an alternative to the WCQ is probably not the greatest idea, because I can just talk about this from my perspective. As long as there is no Genesys World Championship, right, which I think we are quite far away from that. I might decide to play Genesys at a YCS instead of Advanced Constructed. If there's like a deck I love in Genesys and I'm not super happy about the Advanced Constructed format, I might play Genesys at one or two YCSs a year if I feel that way about the format, right? The WCQ, however, like the European Championship, I would never skip to, like, I would never, if there's a tournament that qualifies you for Worlds and then there's a tournament that qualifies you for a trip to Japan, I would always pick the one that qualifies you for Worlds. And I would assume that a lot of players feel the same way, unless, of course, there are people that exclusively play Genesys and no longer play Advanced Constructed, which I actually don't know many people like that. I know a lot of people that are interested in Genesys format. I know people that like Genesys format, but most people I know that play Genesys also play Advanced Constructed. It's more so like Yu-Gi-Oh players as a whole that play both. Okay. August 2026, Big Top Regionals OTS Championships. After the current tournament year wraps up after the WCQs, regional qualifiers will start using the same model as YCS events, where you can come to a regional and there will be an advanced format and a Genesys regional side by side. They will have the same pricing and give invites to the matching WCQ event of your region. The same will be true for OTS championship events, which also will be both advanced and Genesys. Play in whichever you want. In general, I think this is good. I think giving people as many ways to compete in Genesys as possible is a good thing. This begs the question, it gives an invite to the matching WCQ event of your region. Does this mean we're going to get Genesys WCQs starting next year? Will we get, this has a lot of implications. What is the Genesys WCQ? Because WCQ means World Championship Qualifier, right? So does that mean the Genesys World Championship is on the horizon? And if not, why is it called WCQ? Maybe it's just a very preemptive wording. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. I don't know, but this sounds kind of exciting, But it might also not mean anything. I have no idea. Yeah. Genesys events will feed into the Genesys championships held at the WCQs, okay, never mind. I should keep reading. Genesys events will feed into the Genesys championships held at the WCQs, which will be invitation only from these events. The grand prizes for the top two at the Genesys championship will again be a Jump Festa trip to... okay. No world championship. No world championship. Okay, but what this means is this year, the Genesys tournament at WCQ will be open to everybody because they don't have a qualification structure yet. But next year, you will qualify for this tournament via the regionals, right? So there is an invite that you get at regionals, but it's not for a Worlds qualifier, but it's just for the Genesys championships at the WCQ. Okay, sure. Which essentially means they're giving us Genesys tournaments to compete in, right? There's going to be Genesys regionals, and there's even going to be a Genesys NAWCQ of sorts, but it doesn't qualify you for Worlds. It gives you some prizes, right? Okay. Winners packs. Starting later this year, winners at events from the OTS level to the regional level will start receiving special winners packs as prizes. Winners packs contain emblazoned foil cards like you saw in Battles of Legends Monster Mayhem and the Limited Pack World Championship 2025. Winners packs cards are all emblazoned to match the type of event at which you won them. The ones from in-store tournaments, including OTS, have the OTS logo, and the ones from regional tournaments have the regional logo. There is also a thank you pack for judges where the cards have an emblazoned judge logo. All three packs use the same card pool with just the logos being different, so you can play in an in-store event at a regional or help with judging and still work on building your emblazoned card sets no matter what you're doing. Winners packs aren't just for Genesys, by the way. Advanced format events will have them too. This is exciting stuff. This is the most exciting news, I feel like. Hidden in a Genesys article at the very bottom, they just say, oh, by the way, next season, or starting from next season, we get exclusive prize packs at locals, regionals, and for judges with emblazoned cards in them. For everybody, not just Genesys, which is pretty cool. We get more prize support. The question is this going to replace OTS packs? Or, because it sounds like it. At the same time, would that even be a bad thing? Because I'm looking at it from the perspective of the current OTS pack. I got 30 OTS packs when I top 8'd a regional a few weeks ago. I pulled 2 ultimate rares from it, and those were worth $10 combined. I pulled a Ketu and a Jokul, which now after the ban list are 2 playsets. But they were $5 or something, and now they're probably even less because the ban list. I don't think it replaces it. It's for the winner of the event only. Winner. Oh yeah, winners pack. Right. Sure. The winners at the events. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it's, I mean, of course, it goes without saying, if it's just a bonus, if it's just more prizes than before, then this is amazing. If it isn't, if it's a replacement, then we'll have to wait and see if they are better than OTS packs, right? That's all there is to it. But this is exciting stuff. I mean, this is something that's, once again, we've been asking for this mainly because other card games also have this. A lot of these other games have like these kind of like stamped cards where you win them and it says like regional champion or top 4 or top 8 or some store championship stamp or whatever. It's a very common thing in other games, and if the cards are good, then that's amazing. And once again, this is another big thing with this. What is the card selection gonna be in these packs, right? And I think if the winners pack has some pretty good and relevant cards in them, then this could be a huge boost for locals and regionals attendance. Because if you can win a locals and pull like an emblazoned Fualos, that I think would be very exciting. If you can like, I would keep going to locals, I would keep going to regionals, I would keep trying to get those packs, and then eventually have like a playset of like the Molcharmies or whatever with those stamps. I think that would be pretty amazing, personally. So we'll have to wait and see how exactly this works, but I think this is amazing news. So we've got a lot of exciting stuff in here, a lot of question marks as well in my head, a lot of mixed feelings going on. The new packs, the new winner packs are a very positive change. I think that's the definitely good news here, right? Like they are working on the price support, and that is one thing. I mean, people have been making fun of Yu-Gi-Oh's price support for such a long time, and they definitely are a little bit late to the party with all of this. But at least in the recent year, we've gotten a lot of updates to pricing in general. You know, it's been getting better and better. At YCSs, they've already started implementing things to help increase the price support for players, and now they're doing even more of that. They're also rolling out changes to OTS championships and regionals, which I think is very good. So that is good news all around. Also, supporting judges is good as well. Those are also really important. So really good change here. Regarding Genesys format, a lot of question marks here for myself. You know, is it a good thing that they are getting the same prizes as the YCS? Because I kind of thought, I mean, they deserve the same level of pricing, I think. But like, if they give out twice the amount of effect veilers, for example, that might devalue the ones you win at both tournaments, right? Instead, well, like, if they gave them different cards, then both tournaments would individually have better prizes, I think, right? Like, instead of giving out, let's say, 32 effect veilers per YCS, because 16 for advanced and 16 for Genesys, it could be 16 veilers at the advanced format and then 16 imperms at the Genesys, which, I mean, imperm would be much better than effect veiler, but you know what I mean. Then there's only 16 each, and that would be more valuable for both parties. So that could have been done a little bit better. And exclusive pricing is basically what I'm getting at. Exclusive pricing is always more attractive than the same prizes as a different tournament, right? But okay, I think all things considered, I think that's my least concern, is what kind of prizes are you going to win at these tournaments. As long as there are good prizes, I think it's kind of whatever. The biggest question here is this going to split the player base too much? And also, is Europe going to do the same thing? But from the perspective of NA, every time to go to a tournament now, every time you go to a tournament, whether it's a regional or a YCS, and even the WCQ, you are presented with an option, which could also be viewed as a good thing, because more options means you can do whatever you want to do. And I think ultimately that's how they're selling this, right? That's why they're doing this, is because they want everyone to just have a choice. They want everyone to not feel forced to play Advanced Constructed, or not feel forced to play Genesys, or be sad because the event is coming to your town, but then it is Genesis and you wanted to play Advanced or vice versa, right? So you have an option now to play. The question is, are enough people going to choose Genesis over Advanced Constructed? Because at the moment, of course, Genesis is way smaller than Advanced Constructed in terms of the numbers and the interest. I mean, not saying interest in Genesis is low, but it's definitely lower than the interest in Advanced Constructed. And even if the interest in Genesis is high, is that going to be a problem if you split your YCS, let's say, in half? Which it won't be half, but like theoretically, you know, will it be split in half? And I personally don't think that would matter too much. Like, I'm thinking about it from this perspective, right? At the moment, we have YCSs with a little bit over 2,000 players, right? We have a little bit over 2,000 players at a YCS. They are huge events. Everyone plays the main event. Would it really take away that much from the experience if instead of having one YCS with like 2,500 players, you have two separate tournaments going on in the same venue? One is 1,250, the other one is also 1,250. Would that really make your experience worse at these tournaments? I don't think so. I don't believe so. I think it doesn't really matter that much. And that's of course very hypothetical. Genesis wouldn't get 1,250. It's hypothetical, okay? If people are worried about splitting the community, then let's think it through, okay? I know Genesis wouldn't take half away from the advanced format. But the thing is, the future of Genesis is uncertain. It could grow. There could be a time, it's just started, right? There could be a time when more people play Genesis, and also there could be a world where if there is a lot of Genesis tournaments now, locals, regionals, YCSs, WCQ, it is not unrealistic that people start playing just Genesis. If this keeps happening, and if someone genuinely just prefers the gameplay of Genesis over advanced format, they could just choose to play Genesis now exclusively, because there is enough tournaments for it, right? They could be traveling to a bunch of YCSs per year. They could be playing regionals in their area. They could be playing locals. The infrastructure is here for Genesis, right? The question is just going to be, will enough people play it? And I guess that remains to be seen. At the my only experience from this so far is YCS Bologna, where they offered Genesis Invitational and qualifiers, and those were very popular. Those were very popular, but that's also because they were on Friday, I think. I think a lot of people played that because it was on Friday and because they didn't have to choose. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what kind of impact this has. I already play Genesis exclusively, so a YCS that includes Genesis would make me show up where I wouldn't have if it was just advanced. That's the thing, right? A lot of people look at this stuff from their own perspective, and they can't imagine that there's people out there with other perspectives. Like, I'm not even excluding myself from this, because I'm looking at this from the perspective of I'm playing both formats. I'm going to have to decide, which for me is going to be difficult if they're both on the same day. And honestly, if the advanced format tournament is going to be way bigger, then I would be inclined to choose that one, simply because I care about the competitive aspect. And if it's like really big, then I would rather try to win like the big YCS than the Genesis Invitational with less players, right? But I do think that Genesis and advanced format, like, people have been saying that these are very similar, and I personally do not agree with that. From my perspective, who's played both formats very actively in, advanced format ever since, and Genesis format more recently, I think there are very distinct differences in power level and so on. Like, the feeling is not, it's not old school Yu-Gi-Oh, but it is by all means way lower power level than advanced constructed format. And I do believe if you think Genesis and advanced constructed format feel the same, then you don't really have a feeling for how high the power level is in advanced constructed format compared to Genesys. Like the boards that people are doing in advanced format and the power level that cards work at in advanced format is not the same as Genesys format. All right. Even if a deck sees play in Genesys format that's also viable in advanced constructed format, like Draco Tail, the power level and oppressiveness of those decks is not the same. So I can definitely see people preferring Genesys over advanced format if there is more tournaments for it. People have been so disingenuous about exactly that part of it all around. I do feel like in some places that's happening. Yeah, I do feel like in some places people aren't giving Genesys enough of a shot. Like I think they see like, oh, Draco Tail is also a good deck in Genesys format. That's the same as advanced format, and I think that's not really fair towards Genesys format. And I guess a lot of people were expecting it to feel a lot more like old school Yu-Gi-Oh! When like realistically, I think this is also maybe a little bit of a mistake that they made with how they announced it, right? Because they did say like, I remember like one phrase specifically, they said something along the lines of like yesterday's gameplay with today's cards or something like that, which is, I think that's just a matter of they mismanaged the community's expectations, right? Like a lot of people reading the initial Genesys announcements, they were kind of expecting it to be more like Time Wizard, more like back in the day gameplay, which it is not that, right? It is not that. Genesys format is a place where generally you have less floodgates, you have less broken end boards, and you have less degenerate combos. And it also is a place where less powerful archetypes have a better chance of performing because their cards have 0 points, whereas like more powerful archetypes have more points on their engine, so you can play more powerful non-engine than some of the more powerful decks in the format. So like it's supposed to be like a more balanced environment between older / lower powered archetypes and newer stuff. But still, at its core, you are still using or you are still running into modern archetypes. So those modern archetypes are still going to feel like modern archetypes, right? Also, the lack of link monsters and pendulums reduces the power level another step and also reduces the complexity a little bit. So all that combined, what you get, in my opinion, the best way to describe Genesys is you get a lower powered and more balanced version of advanced constructed format with similar concepts of decks though, right? I think one specific aspect that is also not helping Genesys is that like it's hard for people to grasp, and I include myself in that, or it's hard to not be frustrated by it when they are still in the early stages of development and there are still some oversights in the format. Like for example, I don't blame anyone for feeling like Genesys feels the same as advanced constructed format when they're sitting across from Onomat, Ryzeal, Summon, Rongo, Miniat, right? That is by all means advanced constructed gameplay that happened. And it also happened to me at YCS Bologna. So I don't blame anyone who tried the format, ran into a deck like that, and then felt that way. Because I felt the exact same way when that happened, right? And it's just like, it's on the one hand, it's understandable that they didn't release this format in like a perfect state because it was, quite frankly, it was impossible. But at the same time, you do need to, if you are trying to sell people on this gameplay in this format, you do have to be harsher on some of these playstyles. Like, I understand maybe they wanted people to have a way to play Onomat in Genesys format, but by giving them Rongo Miniad was not the choice. You know, the fact that like every single floodgate was 100 points, but Rongo Miniad was 30. Yeah. That month where Droll was everywhere made me super doomer about it. See, that's the thing, right? it's understandable that the format is not in a perfect state when it releases, but at the same time, when it releases is when most people are going to try it. So no one is surprised that people, or I'm not surprised that people have this impression of Genesys format is when they decide to release like Onomat Ryziel, not Ryziel, but Onomat with Rongo at 30 points. So everyone is going to play Droll Lockbird. So all in all, this format in that specific time frame around the time of YCS Bologna, it felt very much like advanced format. So I think a lot of people that started playing Genesys in that time period got that impression that it was very similar to advanced format. In reality, it's not, because if you look past Onomat, if you looked past Onomat and maybe Lunalight, all of the decks in Genesys format are a lot fairer. But in that specific time frame, it just failed to showcase that. Like I went to locals and I played against no Onomats. Like I went to Genesys locals and it was an amazing time because people played their pet decks. You know, people played. What did I play against? I played against Pearly. I played against what was it? I forgot. It's been like 2 months or something when I went to my first Genesys locals. Oh yeah. Anyways, to summarize this entire thing on how I'm feeling about this, I still am hyped for Genesys format. I still think it's very fun, and I think it's going the right direction. I like the concept of it a lot, because even though it fails to execute it sometimes, you know, it still is a place where more fair Yu-Gi-Oh is being played, where end boards are more breakable, and where there is in general less floodgating, less comboing, less turn skips, less non-games. So a lot of these things, in my opinion, are very fun. I've been enjoying it a lot. Getting more opportunities to play it is going to be exciting. I'm not sure how I feel about the fact that they are doing Genesys and advanced format at the same time always, because I'm not sure how I feel about having to choose. But at the same time, if maybe one of the formats sucks at any given time, then you can just be like, whatever, I'll play the other one, which can be an advantage as well. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. And the winners packs are a huge W. Did we go over the Exosister betrayal situation? Okay, hold up. Exosister, we can talk about that. Exosister betrayal. Yeah. Okay. So this is a little bit of a funny or not so funny thing that happened, depending on where you stand on it, or whether you are an Exosister fan, I suppose. This card says, or it's coming out in Burst Protocol, and I believe early openings have shown that this card is going to be released at the first printing with a translation error. So this card says, when this card is activated, add 2 Exosisters from your deck to your hand, then discard a card. You can target a face-up monster you control immediately after it resolves. Normal summon an Exosister mention on it. If a monster is sent to your opponent's graveyard, even during the damage step, you can banish one of them, their choice. And this is the sentence that we have to talk about. Now, this is a translation error because in the original printing, in the Japanese version, basically, this card says, if a monster is sent to your opponent's grave, even during the damage step, you can make your opponent banish one of them. Which you might think, oh, isn't that functionally the same thing because one of them gets banished and your opponent chooses it? Technically, yes. Practically, no. Because the reason this card was worded this way in the OCG is, of course, because it's an Exosister card. And every single Exosister card, except for Martha, says, if your opponent moves a card out of either graveyard, you can special from your extra deck and Exosister exceed, blah, 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 ranking up, basically, right? So these Exosisters, every Exosister that is not Martha, relies on your opponent on doing that or performing that action. Your opponent needs to banish the card from the graveyard in order for you to trigger these Exosister effects. This is why this card was worded that way. That was the idea behind this card. Forcing the opponent to banish a card triggers your Exo Sisters. That was the biggest purpose of this card. I mean, here's the thing. This card is still amazing, even if this is the way it's been worded, because it's search 2, discard 1, right? But the continuous effect is so much worse. And the thing is, it is at this point in time, I don't think we have a statement on this yet. We don't know exactly how this is going to be handled. There's been cases in the past where cards were mistranslated and then they would be used, they would stick with the new text, or they would say like, no, there's an errata. Like, what's the most recent example of this? I think it was Primite Dragon Ether Barrel, which said, what was the, it was like, it would add itself back during your opponent's standby phase as well, right? It said during the standby phase, if you have a vanilla, add it to your hand from the graveyard, and that would also trigger during the opponent's turn, which would basically always give you a Primite in hand for Drill Beam, which would make it a lot stronger. They changed that. They announced basically immediately, like, I don't know how long it took them to announce it, but they announced that was going to be ruled differently. It's only your standby phase, right? They errataed it in the database. Yes, the database is when we're gonna know for sure if this is going to be changed or not. It would be unfortunate if this is the way it stayed, because Exo Sister is already projected to be not the greatest deck. I mean, it's not bad. The new cards are pretty good, all things considered, but like realistically, this is going to make it even harder to make Exo Sister work if this card works this way. So we're going to have to wait and see. I do think it is quote unquote just a super rare in Burst Protocol, so not like the biggest deal to relatively quickly reprint it. Maybe that's a consideration of, like, you know, if something is like a super expensive card, then they don't want to just like hammer out a reprint real quick to fix it. But if it's just a super rare, then maybe, you know, include it in the next OTS pack or something, and just whatever. But I would assume personally that they would want to change it, because it changes the way the card functions, right? Like it really changes the way this card functions, because it basically changes the entire concept of the card, right? So we'll have to wait and see. It gets significantly worse if it works this way. Exo Sister betrayal because they betrayed them with this translation. Yeah, it would be really unfortunate. How come mistranslations are so frequent? So for this one, I could imagine, like, this one is actually, I think this one is kind of understandable, to be honest, because I feel like, at least what I think happened is that the person translating this card probably wasn't aware of the way Exo Sister plays. You know, they just look at the text and they translate it. Because once again, functionally, or at least in theory, this card does exactly what it's supposed to do, right? Like your opponent, a monster goes to grave, it gets banished, and your opponent picks. So this card alone works the same way as the card in the OCG, right? But because of the Exo Sister trigger effects, you need some context of how the artwork, of how the archetype plays to understand why this matters, right? And so I think this one is like, they just tried to word it according to PSCT, I suppose. They thought it was smoother if they word it this way, right? Maybe they thought it was less confusing to players if it just says this: banish one of them, your opponent chooses, instead of make your opponent banish a monster from their grave. Yeah, maybe they thought it was a smoother way to translate it, but they weren't aware that fundamentally changes how it interacts with Exo Sisters, I feel like. But yeah. Is it mistranslated in other languages or just English? I haven't seen a German printing of the card yet, but I would assume that all of the cards get translated to English first, and then they translate them from English to all of the languages. So I would assume yes, but I don't know that for sure. I haven't watched a German opening of this pack. I've seen a Spanish one, same error. Yeah, I would assume that that's how it goes. I think they go Japanese to English and then English to everything else. But yeah. Zen Mighty, thank you for the 38 months. Paleo experiment still coming up. Yes, we are going to do that next. Nilmi, thank you for the 41 months. Quick bathroom break, and then we're jumping into some Master Duel. Be right back. Okay. Now, today we are Paleo gaming due to popular demand. And we're gonna have to go through we're gonna have to go into the kitchen first, because performing with Paleo in this format is going to be quite the challenge. I'm not sure what's going to be harder to beat, whether it's Yummy or Draco Tail, but there's a couple of things that make both matchups really, really difficult, I think. So, Yummy, the biggest problem is that everything we do gets chain blocked. Everything we do gets chain blocked by the Yummy Synchros and Yummy Surprise or whatever, right? It's going to be very difficult. The good thing about the Draco Tail matchup is that they do have trap cards, so we can at least bring back Paleos from that. But we they also have Urgula and Gulamel, which is a problem. So we'll have to wait and see. Basically, what I'm trying to get at is we need to find a way to high roll these decks. One card that I'm pretty excited that we have access to now is Trapaholic. I need to craft 2 more. This card is... If that's not a good start to the day, then I don't know what is. I'm glad we decided to do that. All right, nice. You got a Royal Trapaholic. Let's go. This card is phenomenal, not just because it's royal, but this card says target a spell trap you control, destroy it, and if you do, set a normal trap from your deck except Trapaholic. It can be activated this turn while you have 3 or more traps in your grave. You can only activate 1 Trapaholic per turn. This card does so many things for trap decks. It's actually incredible. If we had a couple more cards like this, then we could actually be talking about like playing trap decks in a good way again. This card gets you access to any trap from your deck. This card gives you multiple trap activations to trigger your Paleos in the graveyard. And it also gets you roll back into the graveyard if you happen to draw it with no way to discard it, because you can just pop it. This card is phenomenal in so many ways. All right, so Paleos. Potentially all of them. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe not everyone makes it into the mix, but for now, roll back. Elemental Burst. Trap Trick. Do we play the Draco Tail traps? Oh, negating cards and drawing cards. You are tempting me. You are tempting me. So okay. I was scrolling some Master Duel meta for some inspiration on how we can do this, because quite frankly, the biggest challenge is going to be what is the win condition, right? Like what is the win condition in this format for us playing Paleo, right? Because we can't really overwhelm people. We have to find a realistic way to outgrind Yummy and Draco Tail, which is quite the challenge, right? That is not an easy thing to do at all. So I'm trying to think how we can do that. And like with Draco Tail, the answer I think is relatively straightforward. With Draco Tail, we have to find a way to outgrind their spell traps. We need to find a way to banish enough of their spell traps so they eventually stop resolving their graveyard effects, and we can outgrind them that way, because then their fusions are actually all pretty bad. I'm thinking one way we could attempt to do this is evenly matched when we're going second. Maybe that ends up being in the deck. I'm just collecting ideas right now. But even when I'm going first, right? Like when I'm going first, what are we gonna do? So it's not like the type of format where yeah. because breaking a board in terms of like the monsters is not that relevant against Draco Tail, right? Like, what am I gonna do? Daruma, Karmic Cannon, an Arthalion, and a Gulamel? That's not it. Dimensional Barrier technically is strong, but if we don't apply any pressure, then dimensional, like for example, against Draco Tail, sure, if we can Dimensional Barrier and negate one Ketu, that's good, but that doesn't win us the game, right? Like, or like we're not even negating the Ketu, we're just preventing the fusion. Like negate a Rahu, that's good. But if they have a 5 mana, they can just chain it or play on my turn, and then they're on the board. They're resolving all their cards, and we get cooked, right? So that's tough. And against Yummy, I think D-Barrier is also pretty bad. And you might think like, oh, why is D-Barrier bad against Yummy? They are playing Synchros, and that's because we lose to Snatchy. We lose to Snatchy into a level 2 Synchro on our turn, right? Like, I might be able to D-Barrier them on their turn, but I just go -1 for that. I'm not trading any interaction. And they just summon Snatchy and a level 1, and they can chain block me into Oblivion, right? Like, I activate a trap, they chain Snatchy to Synchro, they summon a Synchro, I activate a trap, they chain the Synchro, tag out. Like, it's very hard to win that way. Sounds like a very bad environment for Paleo. It's gonna be an uphill battle, but we're still going to try it. And ultimately, I'm not expecting to gain a bunch of ranking points, okay? Like, I'm not expecting this to go incredibly well. I'm just trying to have some fun. And I'm trying to work out a realistic way to win these games. One win condition I can see against Yummy. Once again, we have to find a way to outgrind them, right? So the thing is, Yummy, we have to force the Herald of the Arclight. Once the Herald of the Arclight is gone, they have basically no way to negate anything we do anymore, and we might be able to just like outlast them, right? Because maybe I can like Dynamiscus the field spells. Marshmallow can bring them back. I don't know. What I found when I was scrolling through Master Duel meta this morning was this. This is the concept of this deck that we've looked at in the past, that we could maybe work on, because we've played this deck before with the Reasoning and Monster Gate combination to high roll the opponent. The difference between this build and the one that we played is that this one plays Iperia, and the one we played had Lady Labyrinth, which I think is interesting. So this is a 60-card Grass Paleo with Reasoning, Monster Gate, and then Runics. The reason Runics are here is because they fuel Monster Gate without actually playing monsters. And then honestly, the Runics do open up a win condition against Draco Tail, because if we hit any of the spell traps, that gives us an edge in the grind game. So maybe we could try this. This is my first suggestion, basically, is trying this. There's a lot of cards. There's a lot of cards here that I wouldn't play, like Hope for Escape, or Jar of Avarice, and maybe not even the Daruma Karmic Cannon. Honestly, the Daruma Karmic Cannon does not seem great against Draco Tail. Okay, let's try this and see how it goes. And then I'm not sure if we play evenly in this. Lunalight. We could play a Karma Cannon maybe for Trapaholic as a target, so we can beat Lunalight. That is maybe an option. Let me just put in the cards we play for sure. Spell. Okay, SP, maybe 2. Link Spider. Right, elf. Gigantic. Zeus. Just collecting some options. I know it's more than 15. This is an option. Can probably get away with one Animalocaris, one Typhon, one SP. And then either cut the Freki or the Link Spider. Okay. That grass looks greener. Those. Rise to full. $57 cards already. How? I'll play one Karma Cannon. You're missing Waboku? I don't think I need Waboku. I'm thinking about Heavy Storm Duster right now, because we can just pop like 2 Draco Tail traps in the end phase if we go first. Trap Tantalizing Tune is okay, but I don't want to play it. I think it's too bad into Ash, even though the deck is already pretty bad into Ash, but like going -1 into Ash or losing 2 cards into it is really bad. We could play one Trap. Like I think playing one Balance of Judgment is interesting. We can't Trap Trick for it, but we can Trap Holic for it. And this could bail us out of some situations. And we could do a third Hyperia, but then we mill less cards on average with these two. Draco Tail Traps. Draco Tail Traps are good, but only if you can play a lot of them. Like I think specifically Sting is a really cool card because that is a genuine win con. Like against, for example, against Yummy, if we can Sting, Marshmallow, and the Field Spell, that's massive. So, like, I think playing like a bunch of Draco Tail Traps as a draw engine is interesting. But that would be a lot of space if we do like, let's say we do 5 Draco Tail Traps, maybe? I'm not sure if that belongs in this version, though. I feel like maybe that's a different version of the deck, like the Draco Tail Paleo. Second Daruma? I could do second Daruma just so it's available from Trap Trick. I'm not sure if I like this card this format, but okay. Let's just, you know what? Let's just dabble around. This looks like a fun version. We can try other versions later. We have about 2 hours left. No, 3 hours left of stream. So that means we have at least one game. Evenly stays? I think so. I think so for now. All right. Where are we starting? 1550 roughly. Say goodbye to my ranking points. And I can't believe I'm doing this again, but let's go. Goodbye 1500s. Hello 1600s. Okay, it is Draco Tail. I'm not sure if that's good or bad news. The Urgula is gonna hit the rollback, don't worry. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even know if I want to play all the Paleos at 3 in this one, because Paleozoic Canadia seems very lackluster against Draco Tail, but maybe I just need more aim. Evenly off the top. Evenly would... Like, that's the thing. That's why Evenly is here. Evenly does give me a chance in this matchup. Because then, honestly, if I resolve Evenly, I can definitely win the grind game after, because they might be out of traps. Canadia is great versus Yummy. It's okay versus Yummy, yeah. Going first. Going second, it's completely useless, is the problem. Alright, Rahu Flame. Sting, target the rollback target. Yeah, Sting is really good against my deck. I mean, to be fair, does it matter that much? Not really. The Fiendsmith combo doesn't bother. I mean, it means I cannot summon Hugin with Slumber. It also means I can't top deck... I cannot top deck Reasoning or Monster Gate. But those would have been flamed anyways, so... You can use rollback on enemy traps. I can use rollbacks on field effect in this matchup. It's not the worst. Yeah, if they ever activates, if Sting is in the grave, the problem is if they then activate another trap and then shuffle back my target, that's also not good. Can you speak German? I am German, yes. Is Fiendsmith even necessary in this deck? It looks like they're just playing one Engraver, no Lacrima, just so they can pivot into it. I think it's not necessary, but it's not bad. Thing. Getting another Ketu probably means they drew Horn, or they don't play Horn. Ah, they drew Horn, okay. Evenly! Evenly, please! Aww. Dude, genuinely, I think we win if I draw evenly here. Now it's it's pretty rough. Nice, that's my best card. Even and my best card is not even good right now. We can't win that. This is kind of like expected when you go second against Draco Tail without evenly. It's kind of like what should happen. The Caesar didn't help, of course. Like maybe there was a chance without the Caesar if I like activate a runic and they flame it and then reasoning resolves, maybe. The new Judgment would have helped going second, surely. Yeah, absolutely, right? Great card for trap decks. Okay. I'm playing a 60 card deck. Wow, how does this happen? Okay. I'm doing this in standby phase, so I can't get Veilered, but I can get Drolled. Because Droll, I mean, I'm not doing anything else this turn anyway, so if they want to Droll, then I'd be happy to. That's awful. Alright, they can't Droll after Impulse anyways. Don't worry, it's Malice. Trap Trick wins. What do I Trap Trick for to win? I feel like that's bad. I don't know. I don't know if I dig this version. The runics are not very good cards these days. Is the biggest problem, I think. I would have much rather started with 5 sets here than actually committing into hand traps. This is not working. This is not working if that's what keeps happening, okay? We cannot play against Ash, Impulse, Reboot, Pious Dragoons, okay? That's not something I can offer. To be fair, Draco Tail also loses this. Most decks probably lose that, yeah. That hand was pretty above average. It's not a runic. That's okay, I guess. I wish I had a cap shell in the deck right now, because then I could draw a free card. I love drawing free cards. It's fine. This draws a the Hyperia comes back and draws a runic. Uh-oh. It is Lu. It is. Well, say goodbye to Fountain, I guess. We might need that. The thing is, like, I think we probably live the turn, right? Against Dracotail. We probably survive. Problem is they can still SP because they're not locked into fusions yet because they opened Poly. Nice pan. Okay. They have a lot of spells there. They have Horn. Pretty sure this triggers on Flip Summon as well, which is cool. Okay. Nice sting. Opa. Where is the horn? Where is the horn? Where is the horn? Where is the horn? Horn is here. The horn at the moment cannot be used. Is this just 3 spell? Do they not play flame? Or even if they drew flame? I did use a runic, so I can't Zeus, is a problem. I almost forgot about that just now. Okay, wait. They set that from hand. And the other 3 are just Rahu, Ketu. Oh, dude! I have 1 monster in my deck. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Oh, that's so bad, dude. I wanted to go Elf, revive Hyperia, make Gigantic, summon the second Hyperia, and then make SP. And now I can't do that. Oh my god. This game, man. I thought Nib was live. I thought they were thinking about nibbing. Okay, fair. I thought they were gonna nib. Okay. This card is really good against Dracotail. All right, Ketu, Secretarion, Gulamel, Arthalion. If Pan in the graveyard. No, I think we have to outgrind this. I don't think we care about the board. I think I let him develop. Because like the goal is run them out of spell traps. Now Pan is no longer in the graveyard, which is good for me. Summon Lugia, sure. Daddy moment. I do feel this is the game state I want to get into, basically. If I can get into this kind of game state, then I'm happy. Because it's not won yet, but it's fun. That's what I want. Even if I lose this, this SP... Oh, it's... Dude. People are disrespecting SP Little Knight way too much. I don't even care about Verte Anagon, though. Activate Ketu Draco Tail. So we have to chain trap Holic here. Otherwise, bro is chain blocking everything. Wait, do I have to pop the set? Destroy it, and if you do. Okay, so if they pop this with Gulamel, no, I have to chain. Ah! Not fusing, okay. We're gonna burst? God, yes. I am about to. Wait, they bounced Verte? Sure. Okay, what do you think they're gonna banish? Okay, they banished something that actually did get banished. I thought they were trying to go after Daddy, but no. Why is my timer so low? Right, Arthalion comes back. They can run over one of them, but... Oh, wait, no, they can't. Because they vertade. Alright, and everything's unaffected by Mirror Jade except for that thing. And here we go. Second Slumber. Nice. No material on Oppa. There's Dracotail Flame. They got no more traps. No more traps. Fountain Engrave. I mean, I don't really care about any of this. Okay. Are you playing Ninja Shadow Mosquito? No, that card is for ending games, and I don't want that. We don't need Shadow Mosquito. They end it themselves. So this the type of game I want to play is this, basically. Dude, we did 6 quests in that game. Everything. We did win a duel, activate a spell, destroy a card, special a monster, fusion pendulum, link a monster, and activate trap cards all in one game. Phenomenal performance. Hey Josh, did you see my last tweet? Mercurium acts makes it so you can summon any dark monster in the game now. The tweet where you wanted to pill people on playing 3 bricks for a 1-card combo with some random spider. Yes, I saw that. Why am I playing against Pearly? Pearly Yummy, maybe? Yes. Do you know what accesses any dark in the game, peeps? Armageddon Knight. But what if you don't draw the bricks? Oh, then it's pretty good. Cartesia's belly button. Thank you for the 34 months. Every time you resubscribe, I'm afraid to say it, but I appreciate your sub. It's crazy to think that that's probably the 34th time I've said your name. Okay, so there is a problem here, which is that there's yummy cards. I think Pearly, we actually would have had a pretty good shot against yummy Pearly. The problem is that they have Herald for my evenly matched, unless for some reason they don't go for Herald in order to make like a big Noir or something. Emra, thank you for the 39 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. I suddenly paid attention to your background now. Is that Sauron's tower? It is, yeah. We originally bought it with the idea of we just wanted to build something together and then sell it again after because we didn't really know where to put it. And then we just kind of kept it and put it in the background. Because why not? I have a feeling we're going to be met with Herald of Arclight. Notifications off? No, I have notifications. I think. Did I miss something? I can't wait for Herald of the Arclight to be banned in every single format. They honestly, they need to just stop making negates. I think that's the healthiest way to ensure Yu-Gi-Oh is always interactive is when you just stop making cards that say negate what your opponent does. I think it's cool if cards have removal on them. I think it's cool if cards create card advantage, whatever. But like cards just need to stop doing two things. They need to stop saying negate X or your opponent can't do X. That's what they need to stop doing. If they just do that in general, like if they just follow those two rules, I feel like no matter what, I mean, there's still going to be oppressive archetypes, but like it's just always going to be somewhat playable with good hands. You know, they can make pops, they can make bounces, they can make banishes, they can make put the monster into the spell trap zone. There's oh, hold up. Too delicious memory. All right, we're resolving. We are resolving. They probably keep... If they keep this, it's probably the smartest for them. At the same time, this being banished? Face down? Keep the set card. Oh, Yummy Surprise. Right, okay. Keeping Surprise and then summoning that synchro is probably smarter. Right, okay, yeah. They have Cookie engraved, so if they just Cookie my Hyperia, then I don't have a play with these monster gates unless I draw a Runic. A Runic would be insane here. Because then I can discard rollback for Hugin. Now they can't kill me. I mean, the Pearly cards might be able to do some damage. I don't know exactly how this deck works. But yes, with the Runics, with the Yummy cards, it's gonna be difficult to do that much damage. We'll see. Don't bring back Cookie. Don't bring back Cookie. No! Runic! Oh, dude! That's the worst thing that could have happened! Now I can't activate Monster Gates. I only play... Dude, how does this keep happening? Dude, my hand just went from 3 cards to 1 by drawing a card. Shut up, man. Wait, what happened? I drew the last monster in my deck, so now I can't activate the monster gates. I'm playing 2 monsters in 60 cards, and I basically opened both of them. Which is god-awful. Are you not playing Lovely? No, this is... there's Hyperia in here. I mean, to be fair, the hand would have been even worse if I had Hyperia, if I had Lovely in my hand, but... My hope now is the following, alright? Listen to me. They're gonna pop my rollback with a Croaky, because that's the last field spell they have, if they even play 2. They're gonna pop this, they're not gonna be able to kill me, and then in the battle phase, like, rollback banishes all they have. Watch out. And they're simply not gonna have Lollipo. Alright, goodbye. But I don't die. I don't die. I can... No, I can activate Mom. Dude! Ah! If my hand was any live cards, that'd be kind of awesome, man. Oh, no. Right, that's a card, I guess. End phase. Can they out Typhon? This game is so absurd, man. It's so absurd. Okay. Flashy Bell, thank you for the raid. Don't ask me how we got to this game state. I won't tell you. I can't explain. I cannot. You caught me in the middle of something and I cannot explain. I refuse to elaborate. Thank God this is targetable. This is still... I should have not let them get this far, to be honest. Because now this thing is too big. I can't attack over it with Typhon. I have to, like, make SP? Oh, we'll see. Put back Hyperia, please. No. As if they don't have an Ash Blossom by now. This banishes 8 cards. Uh, Dude, if only my monster gates weren't dead. I genuinely think we win this game. I genuinely win this game if I don't friggin' draw that second Hyperia. I don't think we win. Because the trap recycles Lily and Plump. Yeah. I think that's good enough. Oh, such a frustrating game. Yeah, that was winnable if I didn't draw the two Hyperias with two monster gates. Like that was pretty annoying. If we draw the Ruma here, was it winnable? Only if they don't shuffle it in the end phase with the thingy, but they should have. Alright, this is what I'm talking about. This is what we need to draw. Did not Ash Hugin. Okay. Well. Armor Cannon, Runic. Oh man, dude. Stupid Hyperia, man. At least it drew a Runic. Man! up? Please, what's happening? Good thing I got rid of that top deck. Okay. Saji. Do they have prayers as well to dodge my freezing curses? I mean, they know I have it. I feel like this is too good to attempt. Yeah, they're good like that. All right. Sure. A little late. At least they cannot chain the prayers now when I flashing fire the Murakumo. I think that is neat. Tribute Habakiri from deck. He can protect at the moment with the Saji. Yeah, while it's there, yeah. That's a pretty early Murakumo. I don't think I have to negate that. I don't think I'm gonna die this turn. That could be famous last words, but I don't think I want to discard here. Red reboot. And oh, it's Mitsuyami. Okay. That can kill me. Okay, a Croaky is nice. They have a Croaky and Prayer, so only one card I don't know. I should be okay. Aruma does nothing here. Doesn't work. If I flashing fire this, it triggers the Akroki, which is not good for me. But I can't let them combo, can I? I think the card in their hand, this might be a weird read, but since they can respond at any time, I think the card in their hand is Yummy's Surprise. What I was thinking about doing is getting Paleozoic Allinoids, pop the field spell, so that I can flashing fire the Camellia. But Yummy Surprise might ruin that plan. How does that work? I think that works, though. Hold up. I want to do this for science real quick, because I don't know if they can trigger. Okay, now if they have an extender, I lose, I think. But whew. They have prayers, though. I'm bursting. Such a scary matchup, dude. Oh. Okay, I was not expecting to beat Mitsuyami that way, but I mean, going first did help. Oof. Yeah, hitting the reboot was very important, to say the least. Hitting the reboot was pretty crucial. Still in the 1500s. You know, you probably are trying to bully me right now, but genuinely, I think the fact that we've been playing this for a while now and we've only lost 7 points is good news. We've played a bunch of games now and we're like almost even. I think that's a win. Meanwhile, this is probably a loss, but we'll see what we're up against. You know, one problem about this deck as well, the one that we've just built, is that like on average, I draw a bunch of traps and then like 1 or 2 spells, which means like I'm never completely playing around Draco Tail Flame. It always hits like the 1 spell I have in my hand. So realistically, if you want to make a deck work against Draco Tail like this, the realistic way to do it would probably be to play no spells. That way, you never have to worry about Draco Tail Flame. That could work. But having like 4 traps and 1 spell in your hand is like the worst thing you can do against Draco Tail. I feel like. Maybe we need to restructure this if you want to have a chance against Draco Tail. Because so far, well, we've beaten 1 Draco Tail earlier, but yeah. Then we get demolished by reboot, though. We get demolished by reboot anyways. As a Pearly player, I just have more spells than they can negate. That's the other way to do it, right? That also works. If you just overload them on stuff that they want to flame, that's fine. You can use a strong spell to bait the flame and then use the really powerful spell after. That's okay. But like the worst possible thing is having like hands like this, right? I have like a monster gate that I really care about resolving. And if they have Liquidated Flame, I can't. Okay. If this is pure Mitsu, there is a small, very small chance that we could outgrind it because Mitsu doesn't have crazy amounts of back row removal. They have a Omni Negate Trap, which is a big problem, and they have SP or Dynamondo. But other than that, maybe we can hide behind some traps, have them accumulate card advantage, and then Balance of Judgment, draw a bunch of cards. Maybe. You play the small Primite package? No, no Primite package right now. The quick spell, if they play it, Magatama. Magatama only pops face ups. That's not a problem. It cannot pop face downs. We all know the draw is going to be Hyperia. No, I can already tell. I can tell you pretty much for certain why the draw is not going to be Hyperia. That's because Hyperia would actually not be the worst here. So we are not going to draw it. A lot of cards they have, lots of resources. So, okay, that it's not. Once again, this is another thing. If my plan was just set 5, then I wouldn't care about Caesar. But I currently have 2 cards in hand that are now completely dead because they're doing Fiendsmith combo. So realistically, Runic Slumber and Monster Gate are just Murakumo discards now, which is pretty bad. We have to find a way to resolve Elemental Burst, basically, to maybe climb back into this game. When do we ban Moon and the Omni Trap? Yeah. In Master Duel, realistically, I don't think they're going to get rid of Moon, unfortunately, at least how it's looking currently. They just think that that's fine. In general, Master Duel and the OCG have a lot more tolerance towards combo slop. I mean, you can tell Baron the Fleur, Sprite Elf, Savage Dragon. A lot more generic tools in both formats. Verte, Moon, yeah. Even though I would argue actually, like, Verte, I think I'm okay with Verte. I think Verte is okay. I think Dragoon is kind of cringe because it's an Omni Negate, but Verte itself, I don't really have an issue with, I gotta say. Like, I actually thought Verte was one of the more fun parts of the format in TCG, in adventure format, because Verte summoned DPE, and I thought, like, you can say that format was god awful, but DPE was not the problem. The problem was Scythe and other shit. Oh, that's a good discard for Murakumo. It's also... It's nice that they made the Caesar up there, because now they can't just start by making SP Little Knight. I take it. I do not take this. I love this card so much, man. I know it's not good, but it's my favorite card in these decks. I love it so much. Roll back, roll back. Did not mill fountain. Yes, I did. Wait, did I? Oh, I did. I did. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. They should be running out of Mitsu names. Yes, they should be. Did I mill burst? No. Oh, I did. Oh, I did mill burst. Nice. I don't know if I have any 2-off traps in the deck for trap trick though. Back to hand, sure. Come on, dude! I just started. You played so much. I told you if it's pure Mitsu, we can win. The main problem was probably that they put the Caesar in the EMZ because SP Little Knight is so goated against this deck, but they didn't go for it. Also, realistically, dude, we have more points than what we started with. What the hell? Realistically, they just tried to go for a game way too hard. I guess people don't have practice on how to play against Paleo, but like they just didn't have to push that hard. Just attack. I block it with a couple of things. You pass, you try again next turn. Like it's yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. My water is empty. I'll be right back. Okay. The question is, do we keep going with this list since it's been doing okay, or do we try something else? Stay on Paleo? No, we'll keep playing Paleo. But like, we could try a different version. I'm feeling like let's give this deck a couple more games and then maybe work on something else for the last like hour or hour and a half. I want to kind of like, I want to try a version with less spells to not be weak to Dracotail Flame, and I really want to play the Dracotail traps in Paleo, like Sting. Sting is like the wet dream of a grinding trap deck, right? Banish your opponent's graveyard resources, draw a card, trigger your Paleos, recycle other traps. It's really nice. I would love this hand if it just had one rollback. Okay. Carrot Top. What does this mean? Goblin Bikers? It's always Malice? Oh, we can't beat Malice. Okay, it's not, it's Orchist. Orchist is difficult, but maybe possible. Bat discard, bat discard, bat discard. Nice, just a Fuba. Okay, no bonus from that discard. That's good. Schmidt. You see, I wish I was playing less spells right now. It's the same thing against all the Fiendsmith combos. It's like, sure, Monster Gate, Runic cards in hand. None of them do anything if they go Fiendsmith. Is it a good time to return to Master Duel? I can't give you a wholehearted yes, because I do think, for me personally, I think Master Duel is still quite a lot behind the TCG in terms of gameplay quality. But for Master Duel standards, it's looking pretty solid. So just to summarize, you know, we've gotten a bunch of decent updates recently. Dracotail was added, and that's personally been making it a lot better for me. There's a ban list coming up next week that limits Max C, which is awesome, and it bans Ryziel Cross. Like, the next ban list is a really, really good one that hopefully makes the format a lot better. And we're getting Vanquish Soul. So it's looking like next week is going to be a nice update. Wait, why did they chain? Oh, wait. Lurie activated and couldn't summon because... Oh, because they already locked themselves into darks. I see. Next pack will have K9 or only VS. We don't know that for sure yet. People are guessing that it also has K9 because they released Dracotail, then Yummy, so it would only make sense if the third Justice Hunters archetype came out now. And they put pre-hits on Vanquish Soul, which honestly aren't necessary if they're coming out without K9, realistically, right? So it's likely. Is Odeon playable with Paleo? Not really. There's no real synergy there, I think. Do we know anything in their hand? I don't think so, right? They've shown us Terratop. They had Terratop, Engraver, and Fuva, right? Those were the 3 cards they've shown so far. Which means they might not have the counter trap. So if I draw evenly matched, it would go pretty hard here. Yeah, dude. It's okay. I won't play against the Caesar. I need you to send this rollback to the graveyard with Dingirsu. Otherwise, I'm going to be very sad. I pop off, King. I can't do anything. Can Crescendo negate card effects? Like spell trap effects? Spell trap card or monster effect? No, it cannot. Okay, it cannot stop rollback. That's nice. Nice. They hit rollback. Let's go. 50-51. So this thing Girsu has no material. Just came back. How many monster gates have we resolved? Monster gate? I literally think 0. The reasoning monster gate portion of this deck hasn't really done anything for me. We've resolved... oh no, we resolved 1 monster gate. 1. Because reasoning got ashed and then we monster gated. Yeah, right. 1 monster gate resolution in like almost 3 hours. Pretty bad rate. Special a World Legacy monster from your hand. Okay, so they do have that. Does Crown change anything? I mean, SP Little Knight would be really annoying, but it would also ensure that I survive. So I think I'm okay with getting SP Little Knighted. Would they threaten battle phase here? I mean, eventually they will have to. or access code. Access code is neat. We are once again in a position where we lose to Ash Blossom. Nice. Shouldn't have said that. My bad. The problem here is that if this is crescendo, it banishes the trap that I activate, which means I can't copy it with rollback, so I just lose. That's, yeah. Can't rollback use Trapaholic to set another? No, you still have to pop a card for it. I don't have one to pop. I'm glad Ash exists. The question is, do we just let him cook? Or do we just Canadia the kick close? After it searches. I guess I wait for the mills. How do you mill scream meta noise? Oh, man. You cannot be serious, man. Dude, no. Go. There's... Am I cringe if I still like tier? Yeah. Unfortunately. If I wasn't under Maxi, I would be pretty damn happy about this, but I think I still do this. Because otherwise my hand is just garbage. They get cards for this, but dude, what am I gonna do, man? This would be pretty awesome if I wasn't under Maxi, but okay. Somehow my trap deck still finds a way to lose to Maxi and Master Duel. That's awesome. I'm glad I committed 2 summons into this Opabinia to get imprimed on it. That is phenomenal. Could not be happier. Alright, what is Purge? Yummy? Probably Yummy, right? This board is not even that bad against Yummy. Okay. I don't want to promise too much, but I feel like I might be able to beat that deck. It could still be a Yummy deck, I think. Oh, second Maxi and Mimighoul Fairy. I get Slime, they get Dragon. So they can special a Mimighoul from deck now. Oh, but maybe they don't have a target? Yeah. Add a Mimighoul card from your deck to your hand. Detach. Target face-up cards. Okay. Room. Sure. That. Are they not even trying to threaten Zeus? Alright then. Mimighoul Room. Non-XYZ Mimighoul monsters can attack directly. Okay. They really need to stop making cards that just negate everything, dude. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Crashing out as at Purge is wild. That's what you call a crash out? I don't think you've ever seen a crash out. I also, for the record, I don't think Purge is too powerful. I just think Purge is not fun. Or not interesting, rather, is how I should say. This has got to be a yummy deck, right? Like the Linkaribo. Why would they make Linkaribo if it's not a yummy deck? Yeah. The problem is, oh wait, no, the Linkaribo can't be used because they have used Purge. So they cannot tribute the Lollipo. That is good for me. This means they might not even have a Link 1 that they can turn the Mimighoul Dragon into if they don't play 2 Linkaribos, which I'm not familiar with how exactly you build Mimighoul Yummy, but I doubt you played 2. Wasn't Purge set? That was the second Purge. They purged turn 1. Isn't it kind of funny? Oh, they bounce it back now. Okay, that's good. That's very smart. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't see a world where I don't just lose to the Yummy cards eventually here. I can't stop them from playing Yummy forever. And as soon as they play Yummy, I just lose the game. I have way too few cards. I need to, like, draw... Okay, destroy all face-up monsters you control except... give this to your opponent. Okay. Drapolic is good. If your opponent specials a monster, banish this card from your grave. Target a face-down monster your opponent controls. Destroy it. So I just flip this, right? And give it to them. Here. Have it. Have it. This is Lollipo. How much defense is Lollipo? 1200. That's perfect. That's not exactly enough so my Canadian can't kill it. I love that for me. I love that for me. Can't imagine how happy I am about that. Every time I've tried to make a move this game, it just got negated. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's all non-engine though? No, I'm referring to non-engine. Like a lot of the non-engine that's being played right now is kind of like that. Not all of it. Called by could have been Crow if not the Purge Dog. Yeah, this was probably the most fair use of Called by. Yeah, to be fair. Your miniature on Twitch is now you having just Elemental Burst in your hand. That's very fitting. I like that. Yep. Goodbye, Sprite Elf. I mean, if they don't have a Yummy in hand, then maybe this isn't the worst. Ah. Guys, I have good news. We would lose to Ash on... We would lose to Ash on Morella, but they purged, so they can't Ash. It is not allowed. Isn't that just wonderful news? I know you're all just as excited as I am about that. All right, 2 Paleos against the world. After this, they got 5 cards left in hand. Okay. Okay. Fair, dude. I'm losing my shit, man. I should have left the dragon there. They probably just drew that as well. That was the one Fuwa draw. I think. Maybe they left it in hand because of the Fuwa. It might not be the draw. You can chain Paleo, it's fine. How is it fine? What do I do now? I've got 0 disruptions. It's only fine if they have no yummy. That's the 3rd lollipop! Oh. Yeah, that's the game. It's okay. There's one thing I can maybe do. I can slumber right now, and I can hit the field spell. If I hit minion, yeah, there's a world. Hit minion. I hit minion. Oh my god. Ah, they play a croaky. Okay. Maybe no extender in hand. Wait, one of the Mimigoos they have is a guaranteed extender, isn't it? Ah, dude, we lose anyways. Damn you. Maybe they can't beat Opabinia though. Ah, they can surprise it. No, it's not. It's cooked. It's cooked anyways. No, we lose. We lose. We lose. It was a good attempt though. Yeah, we lost that game just to the non-engine, right? It was Maxi, Purge, Imperm, called by Purge, Fuwa. Yeah, it was miserable. Should try to resolve your cards next game. Yeah, I will try to be better. Now they can't surprise. True. Yes, they cannot surprise to bounce because I only have one card. Did they already search with with Cupsy? Cupsy adds another Marshmallow. Okay. I don't have a battle phase next turn though, so I cannot Zeus either. I don't know if there's a way to win this because Herald of the Arclight is a problem. I can't attack over it. I can't make Zeus. It cannot negate Opabinia, but it can negate whatever Opabinia searches. I don't really know how I'm supposed to do that. Typhon is already gone, so that's also not available. Yeah. Why are they activating Surprise now? I mean, it's free. Okay, whatever. Okay, Sprite Elf targeting protection, but is negated. Or can't activate because of Purge. I'm not sure if they had that on their radar. I don't think so, to be honest. Because that's not looking worth it to me. That is also... Okay, okay. That's a sick endport after Dominus Purge. It's not like... It's not like... that's probably the worst thing I could have done. It's not like the Sprite Elf not being able to activate should have given you a hint or something. Okay, what's my win con here? That they can't out Opabinia with 2400 defense, right? That's legit my win con. But they can pop it with this, but they might not be able to make another synchro the way they've played this. Didn't even use Surprise in the end phase to summon back Marshmallow. Because how do they get a Link 1 onto the field right now? Oh, they can Surprise bring back Snatchy? Yeah, they can definitely win if they have another monster. They had a guaranteed win in the end phase. If they activate Surprise, bring back Marshmallow, Marshmallow bring back Surprise, on their turn, they can go Surprise, bring back Snatchy. Now they need a Yummy off the top. Yeah. Okay, they didn't draw a Yummy. If they did draw a Yummy, they would not do this, right? Wait, why does this not trigger Zeus? Oh, because the activation gets negated. Oh, okay, I'm cooked. Why not Rise on Paleo so that you get second material on Zeus? They're not going to attack the Paleo. They're going to pop the Zeus anyways. If I Rise on Paleo, they go Synchro, then pop the Zeus, and then just attack the Paleo, so I lose both. They are still pretty low on resources here. And I'm not sure they understand how all of this works, so there is a chance. Because this is their last Yummy Synchro right now. If they mess this up... If I can attack... They summoned it in defense, so my Paleo attacks over it. And then they might be out of it, because they've got no more surprise. Dude, you're making it worse. You're making it worse. Every turn you're making it worse. That's good. Yeah, if this was an attack mode, I still would lose, but... I think we win. Dude, there's no way. There's no way. No. I don't accept it. Nope. I don't accept it. Nope. I don't want these points. I don't want these points. Dude. Come on. Oh. You know, in some ways, though, this is what I play Paleo for. Because, of course, if everyone plays perfectly, then I have no chance with this deck, dude. This deck gets outgrinded like crazy by Yummy and Draco Tail. This is essentially what needs to happen for me to have a chance. Okay. I need a quick toilet break, but then we restructure this deck to build it without the runics. Because quite frankly, and I hate that I'm saying this right now, but the runic cards are by far the worst cards in this deck. Like, they just don't match up well in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! It's way too tough with the runics. I'll be right back. All right. This version was fun, but we didn't really get a lot of value from Reasoning Monster Gate, and the Runics didn't do enough, I think. So let's try to make a more trap-heavy version, like the classic thing that we've played. But I am kind of pleased that we haven't lost many points with this deck. We're basically -1 win right now. We started 1549, and now we're 1542. It's kind of whatever. Let me copy this real quick, so that I don't have to start from scratch. Paleo V2. Okay, so reasoning could stay, actually. Maybe reasoning could stay, but I don't know if I want to make if I want to play spells anyway, like to begin with. We'll see. But Monster Gate goes for sure. Grass probably stays. The Runics go. The trap lineup seemed pretty good to me. Is it worth going back into Soldier Dragons is what I'm wondering. I like my Hyperia with Elf Gigantic plays. Soldier Dragons, we definitely don't play Frogs. We could play Fiend Griefing with Backjack. That could be okay. Backjack is a horrible draw, but Fiend Griefing is a pretty good card, so maybe that's okay. I'll consider it. Needlebug Nest could be a good replacement for Monster Gate. I mean, the mills are decent on average. Ice Dragon's Prison. Ice Dragon's Prison might not be too bad, you know? If they go normal summon a Yummy, make Snatchy, and you activate Ice Dragon's Prison, steal the Yummy, and banish the Snatchy, that could be a win con. Ice Dragon's Prison. Ice Dragon. Impulse plus Songs of the Dominators. Oh, we cut the Runics, of course. Oh yeah, I wanted to play Draco Tail traps. Hold up. So we're playing 3 Sting, 1 Horn, 1 Flame, I think. I like that. I think Sting is very fun in this deck. Maybe even 2 Flames. I'm not sure. I don't like the idea of Flame being played around, but it should be pretty good against all the decks in the format. Maybe we play 2 Flames. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, let's do 3, 2, 1. We play a Downert Magician in the extra deck. We play a second Typhon. That would have come up a couple times already. We play maybe even a second SP or a second Elf. And then we play a Link Karibo for the Backjack. Yeah. Or a Shadow Mosquito to make a Zeus happen. Yeah, we probably don't need 2 daddies. Yeah. Second Zeus comes up in very long games. It can, yeah. It can. Let's cut the reasoning to play around Draco Tail Flame the best. Play a Cap Shell. Which means we should do Almirage instead of Link Karibo. Three Horn. You want to play more Draco Tail traps? I'm down. I'm down to try this. This way we have 7 Draco Tail traps. This looks fun. Evenly's here. Yeah, I think Evenly stays for now. Don't really need 2 Hyperias, I think, but it does help to push. Yeah. Third Daruma. Don't know how good the Daruma was. Fine, actually. The Daruma was surprisingly okay, but not crazy enough to the point where I want to play 3, I think. Foolish and Black Goat. Not convinced. -1 backjack. Could cut 1 backjack. It's a good mill for Needlebug Nest though. Not convinced. Waboku, I wanna avoid playing Waboku because quite frankly, the decks in the format right now, I think are unlikely to kill you anyways, and I think it's better. You need ways to outgrind them basically. One card I'm thinking about is Heavy Storm Duster. Because in theory, it's pretty good against Draco Tail. If you can hit some of their traps that they just set, they ruin their recovery. And against Yummy, it's also a decent defensive card, right? Like you hit the field spell, and then even if they can still play, they won't have the attack boost unless they can somehow get it back. And then they have to get it back with Marshmallow, which means they're not adding back Surprise. I think that's interesting. Also, I kind of like the fact that I don't have a battle phase. Kind of, you know, I feel right at home with that. All right, let's try this. Dude, I've been live for over 4 hours. I haven't been able to fulfill normal summon 3 monsters. Think about that. Take a moment to think about that. All right, let's see. All right, we drew the evenly matched, which isn't ideal, but the rest is decent. I don't hate it. I think I'm gonna set the evenly. It could be a problem in the future, but in a format where people might randomly pop it with Urgula, I think it's worth it. Also, it could happen at the end of the battle phase. All right. I think that's a good sign, I guess. Don't want to draw into rollback, so I'm sending one for the Morella here. Trap Trick. Ooh, that's annoying because I set the evenly matched. I can't activate that right away, but okay, still a good draw. All right, what is your deck, sir? Draco Tail. All right. I hope this is not Sting. It was obvious Draco Tail is the only meta deck able to brick like that. It could have been Mitsurugi or Malice. You can have Valor, but can't have Femena. Alright, I guess you can have Femena. My bad. Hmm. I mean, I can't really complain about them drawing Sting because they did Brick. At the same time, that is by far the best Draco Tail trap against my deck. That is a little bit of a problem. A little concerning here. See what they hit with this Urgula. I hope it's not the trap trick. Okay, it's the evenly. Nice. Okay. They did Brick, but they also drew Ash and Bell. That is certainly not good for me. Especially since they can loop them. $6,900 damage. Nice. Yeah, I'll take it. Okay, I know Femena. I know Urgula. That's it, I think. So I can play it safe. Yeah, it's this. Because this cannot get ashed or belled. This is not a great draw. They have Valor? We don't know that. They rediscarded it. They used it for Rahu, so they might not have another Valor. We know Phimena and Urgula, and 2 unknowns. 2 unknowns that are unlikely to be starters. So, like, not Lucius, not another Malulu, not Phimena, because they didn't play on turn 1. The other 2 can be more Ashes, more Bells, more Valors, Nib. It's not Maxi. I don't think they would have done that right now. Fuva. Those are the other 2. Forcing this is really good because these are unaffected. So I'm not threatened by this at all. I don't actually mind this much. I prefer being able to continue my main phase and do like Opabinia stuff, but I didn't want to do that into the Malulu because the Malulu can chain block my Opabinia at any point, like my Paleo traps. So I didn't want that. Uva feels unlikely because they said turn 1. I mean, less likely, yes, but not like impossible. You can definitely set Sting with Fuva in hand and just like Sting really early. Okay, they did have another Valor. I had a feeling they were doing that. I had a feeling they don't know how Paleos work, yeah. That's the advantage of this entire endeavor. They're adding back Bell. Trigger 5 mana, trigger 5 mana. Urgula. Okay, we are very low on life points. We can't take any more damage, basically, but that's okay. Horn. Dude, if they said Horn and Flame, if I can resolve Zeus, I win the game. Oh, dude, we kind of need that Zeus. Bell, Phimena, Gulamel is active, though. I need to continue my main phase. Roll back on Trap Trick. Gives me a trap from my deck. I can activate that one, but then no more traps after. That means I would be going for Daddy instead of Opabinia. Can one Daddy into Zeus win me the game, though? Certainly could. I could also go Heavy Storm Duster. Heavy Storm Duster, both traps, and then hide. But behind Paleos? Ooh. Oh yeah, I don't get locked. Oh, dude. Heavy Storm Duster. Yeah, I think it's that. Oh, I think it's that. So I don't have a battle phase this turn though, but I think that's okay. Okay, we've got all 3 traps out of the rotation. And now we hide. Now we hide behind Paleos until we can clear... basically, all we have to do is clear the board. Until they run out of spell traps. Nice. Alright, this means we can go Opa Benia here. Why on earth is it called Daddy? Have you looked at it? This. I don't make the rules. Melancholia. I have 1 rollback in the graveyard right now. That rollback... What is that rollback targeting, though? Probably Karma Cannon in the battle phase? It's important that I make Opabinia because it means I don't have to set these. Because that makes it so I would be very weak to Urgula. But now they basically can't do anything to my board, right? Because yeah, okay. Battle phase. There's one thing I'm worried about. And that is that if I go for a Karma Cannon here, my stuff is face down and then it's affected by Pen and other stuff. So I think I'm going Rise to Full Height on this Opabinia. Because it's going to be fat. And then they can't attack over it. It's such a fun matchup, man. Verte Anaconda. Do I care about Verte Anaconda? Not really. Go ahead, do your thing. Couldn't you have used Rise in damage step? Oh yeah, I could have. I could have dealt 1800 damage to them. But yeah, once again, that just gets us closer to the end of the game, and I don't want this game to end. So... How many games have you played in total today? Dude, at least 2. I don't know the exact number, though. I know I have 138 life points right now, so I don't know why that matters. All right, there are some scary aspects about Sanctifier. Because it could give me a monster in attack. So that's threatening. Okay, I have a battle phase this turn, though. Oh! Oh! I just realized how many life points we're going to have after this rollback. I didn't even realize what's about to happen. That's crazy. I don't think that's ever happened to me. Is it the right time to roll back yet, though? I really want to do it. For undisclosed reasons, I really want to do it. Dude, I've got no time left. I also don't know why I put the animal. I mean, I have to put an attack to make sense there. All right, I mean, we're basically forcing everything, but we might not be able to. We might not be able to Zeus with the Downard if they target it with Arthalion or use Pan. I might put Zeus on the Animalocris, though. Maybe. Dude, I'm almost out of time, dude. Hold up. Ketu. Is the last Ketu? No, they have one more. Ketu and Rahu, they both have one more each. Pop this. Do they still have that Valor in hand from earlier? They do have Valor in hand. Oh, wait, no, they didn't have the Veiler I knew. I have it on my field. I was looking for the second Veiler. It was on my side of the field. Maybe I could have Zeus. But I think this is a little safer. Is Witch's Strike good in this? Not really right now. $69 life points! Never been done before. It's not one yet. It is not one yet. Okay, so what did I set face down with the Karma Cannon? I set their Lugias here and another Gulamel here. All right. Battle phase, probably kill Daddy. Yeah. Which is, let me check, a 1-of for me right now. Okay. The sets are the last Ketu and the last Rahu. Ice Dragon's Prison off the top. Do they have a 5 mana in hand? I don't even know anymore. Can they resolve the 5 mana? such a risky Zeus in attack mode. Oh, I could have made Typhon over Veiler. That would have been way better. Yeah, 5 mana is life. Oh, dude. Now they pop it with Gulamel. The timer is making me fumble. Why not over Veiler? Bro, I've got 19 seconds. I can't think straight. There had to have been a guaranteed win here somewhere, I think. I feel like this must be a I have to have messed up here somewhere. 100%. 100%. There's no way I'm supposed to lose this. Are we dead? Probably. I don't see how I'm stopping all these attacks on Verte. I think it was the Heavy Storm Duster turn. I think it was that turn, yeah. Dude, frustrating. Frustrating. The timer. But that was a fun game. That was a fun game. Oh, what a terrible hand for going first, man. I'll keep them in hand this time. The 44 card deck, so it's probably not Draco Tail. We were so close to outgrinding that game, man. Because they had no more spell traps left. I mean, I guess the objective here is try to resolve a good Fiend griefing, but I think if If there's a single Ash Blossom in hand, as always with this deck, I probably just lose. Because the Fiend Griefing is like such an important card here. If that gets ashed, I can't play the game, I don't think. I have no idea how I'm supposed to win this. Or even survive this turn, dude. Okay, pre-prep. Lollipop cookie so far. What is that? 3 unknown still. If there's no Ash Blossom, maybe this can hit Morella. Oh wait, no, they can just chain prayers on griefing. If they chain prayers, if they know how griefing works, I also just dude, there's so I just don't have meaningful interaction for this. Yeah, I just I have this. It's actually kind of sad how little of a chance you have. I mean, my hand was pretty bad. It was just 3 cards going first, basically, but still, like 3 interactions, you don't even get a chance to participate. It's not even the worst interactions against this deck. Like a spell trap pop is not the worst against the Yummy engine. Griefing is not the worst against Mitsu, but like I'm just trying to see if they make Arclight before. Oh, okay, they don't. I just die, right? Yeah, it's 84. We'll need to make Acolyte before battle phase because this can attack, right? This is not from prayers. Yeah. Oh well. We're never beating that with this deck, I think. The pure decks we can maybe beat. We could have beaten the Draco Tail deck. I'm more pissed about losing the Draco Tail matchup than this one, to be honest, because that deck I'm not supposed to beat that deck. The Draco Tail I was probably supposed to beat, even though they played well, but still that was on me. But yeah. This version does feel better, even though we just lost those 2 games. I think this version does feel better. Because we're not drawing dead spells all the time, which the runics realistically just were. I'm not sure if we keep playing the evenly, because it was good once, but bad a lot more times than that. Especially when you choose first and you draw evenly, it's like really, really bad. I don't know. But yeah. Anyways, gamers, that was the stream for today. I hope you had some fun. I'm happy to return to Paleo, and honestly, we didn't lose as many points as I thought we would. It is... Those last 5 games were rough, but before that, it wasn't the worst, honestly. It was okay. It could have been worse. All right. And with that, that's the end of today's stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed. I'll see you all tomorrow for a little bit more Master Duel and then some Genesys deck building, because I'm going to Genesys locals tomorrow that I am going to record with my new GoPro. So we're going to build my Genesys deck on stream tomorrow before I go. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm going to find you someone to raid real quick, and then I will hopefully see you all tomorrow. I'll send you guys over to MBT. You guys have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday, and hope you tune in tomorrow again. Bye-bye, everybody. Peace. Thank you for all the follows, all the subs.